Good evening, everyone. We will officially call this workshop session of Manvel City Council to order on February 20th here at 5 p.m. For the workshop, we have two executive sessions, so I'll read both of these out. I believe we're going to do the deliberations regarding real property first, and we'll have Mr. Dave join us for that. Then we'll go into the other two items, which will be the Valencia Development Agreement and then Certificate of Obligation, which I believe, Aaliyah, you'll be coming back for that one. So thank you, both of you, for being here tonight. Council, for these executive sessions, what I'd like to ask is that we just try to keep each discussion for each item to 20 minutes. We got 60 minutes, 3 items. 20 minutes, we can knock all of them out. So I'll read them off and we'll step in. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, deliberations regarding real property to discuss the following: deliberate the possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to discuss the following: Valencia Development Agreement, Certificate of Obligation publication. And we will now convene into executive session at 5:01. All right, council will reconvene from executive session at 6:15 p.m., but we will step back into executive session later, so we will still keep that executive session open. We will now officially call to order the regular session of the Manvel City Council meeting on February 20th here at 6:15 p.m. with all 7 members present. Bobby, one thing that I'd like to do to start off, I'd like to confirm that this agenda and all of its postings is fully compliant with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Bobby. Also, I want to take a moment just to address decorum. We have a lot of people, this might be your first time attending a city council meeting, or maybe it's your first time in a while attending a city council meeting. At our last meeting, there was a lot of chatter that was happening in the audience, and it was brought to my attention that it was disrupting other people that were trying to listen to the meeting. So my ask is that we be respectful of the other people who are here, that we are respectful of the institution. You please keep chatter to a minimum, and if you have to talk with one another, I'll ask that you please step outside into the lobby, have that conversation, and step back in. We're all adults here, and I expect ourselves to hold ourselves in a manner that we should as adults. I have no issue with gaveling you and addressing the decorum if that needs to happen in this meeting like it should have happened at the last meeting. So thank you, everyone. And also, just as a point of privilege, we have a very special birthday tonight. It is Tammy Bell's birthday. And so I've asked Councilman Ed Perry to lead us in a singing of happy birthday for Tammy. So Ed, if you can please kick us off here. Happy birthday, Tammy. We had to. Alyssa told me to do it, so it's her fault. I'm kidding. Okay, we will now go to the invocation, and we have Pastor Reginald Devon that is here tonight. Let's see if he made it in the back there. So thank you, sir, for being here. If you'd like to say a few words and lead us in the prayer, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you. Definitely want this city to continue to rise. Even though I pastor the Silver Lake Church in Pearland, it doesn't matter. We're all brothers and sisters in this community. And when they talk about Pearland, they talk about Manvel. When they talk about Manvel, they talk about Alvin. So I'm just excited to be here with you guys on tonight. So let's just bow our heads and go into prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, the Father of this universe, we thank you for today. This is a day in which the Lord has made, and so we rejoice, and we're glad in it. We thank you for the gathering of the residents of this community, all of the council members of this community, Father, that they could come together to be able to talk the business of this city, so this city can continue to rise, and Father, the kingdom of God will be well represented. So Father, we pray right now tonight that your spirit of unity and peace would be in this meeting, and that all would be here to agree to disagree and to resolve, come to a resolution that's going to be best for this city, this community. And so Father, we thank you in advance for an awesome meeting. We thank you in advance that things will progress. We give you praise tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
And for those that may not know, Pastor Devon's son just opened up the Hando Coffee Shop. That's right up there in Manvel's ETJ. It's a phenomenal coffee, very delicious, and my family and I frequent there often. We will now move on to the inspirational reading, which is going to be by Council Member Opliger.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, ladies and gentlemen. So tonight's reading is it's from Ira Byock, an emeritus professor of medicine, as well as the community and family medicine at Dartmouth's Geisel School of Medicine. He is attributed to the antidote of cultural anthropologist Margaret Mead, who really specialized in the South Pacific. So here we go. So years ago, anthropologist Margaret Mead was asked by a student what she considered to be the first sign of a civilization in a culture. The student expected her to say something about fish hooks or pots, but not so. Mead said the first sign of civilization in ancient culture was a femur that had been broken and healed. Mead explained that in the animal kingdom, if you break your leg, you die. You cannot run from danger, you cannot get to the river for a drink of water or to hunt for food. No animal survives a broken leg long enough for the bone to heal. A broken femur that is healed is evidence that someone has taken the time to stay with the one who fell, has bound the wound, and has carried the person to safety, and has tended the person through recovery. Helping somebody else through difficulty is where civilization starts. We are all at our best when we serve others. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Very good. If you'll please join me in standing and saying the pledges. First to the U.S. flag. Thank you, everyone. We now have a proclamation for Latrista Brown. She runs Scarf Inc. Latrista, are you here? If you could please come forward. Brooke, do we have the microphone? Yes. Awesome. So one of the things that we like to do here with the City of Manvel government is recognize and honor people for their accomplishments in the community. And Latrista reached out about all that she's doing with Scarf Inc. And I actually have a proclamation that I'd like to read you. I would love to give you an opportunity to say a few words, and then council, I'll have you join me for a photo here. So this proclamation reads, whereas it is with great honor and recognition that we acknowledge the outstanding contributions and selfless dedication of Latrista Brown, founder of Scarf Inc., to the community she calls home. And whereas Scarf Inc. was initiated during a challenging period in Latrista's life, reflecting her resilience and commitment to making a positive impact. And whereas Latrista has tirelessly volunteered and led Scarf Inc. for 2.5 years, with an unwavering commitment to the betterment of her community, embodying the spirit of altruism, and through her diligence, Latrista has discovered that her nonprofit has become a beacon of support for the City of Houston employees residing in her community, providing essential assistance to those in need. And whereas Latrista's dedication extends beyond the boundaries of her full-time job, as she diligently works to address the needs of the community, ensuring that requests for assistance are met with compassion and efficiency. And whereas Latrista collaborates with the Lakes of Savannah community counselors to explore network opportunities for school uniforms and supplies, hosting back-to-school events that benefit local schools, including Manvel High School, Manvel Junior High, Lakes of Savannah Elementary, and others. I think you would love to talk with Councilwoman Sarmiento about Abby's Shoe Foundation as well. And her advocacy has resulted in the acquisition of over $5,000 in gift cards for students, free hair services for school-aged individuals, and $1,000 in donations during a single back-to-school event, showcasing her remarkable ability to bring positive change. And whereas Latrista actively engages with local, small, and large business owners, fostering partnerships that support the financial endeavors of the community, exemplifying the spirit of collaboration. Whereas Latrista's dedication and efforts have garnered recognition from the City of Pearland Mayor Cole and by former Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner and Chief Finner for her active involvement with the Houston Police Youth Department. Now therefore I, Dan Davis, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Manvel in Texas, do hereby proclaim February 20th, 2024 as Scarf Inc. Recognition Day in honor of her exceptional service, dedication, and positive impact on your community. Congratulations.
Right. So thank you all so much for that, and also you. A lot of hats off to you, because I watch the work that you do. Even though I am a resident here, I also am a contract manager for the City of Houston. but not realizing the community that I live in. When Mayor Cole came out to an event, I've actually met Councilmember Perry before through FJ Jones, so thank you for your leadership as well. But just to know the work that you do, I never knew who you were. I know that's an embarrassment on my part. But then after I started researching, looking at what you do, hats off to you. Like, I commend you for all the work you do, all the posts you do, the tireless nights that you're out there walking this community for us. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's it? Tell us about Scarf a little bit.
Oh, yes.
This isn't about me.
Thank you. Right. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So Scarf, the interesting thing about Scarf, I never thought about owning a nonprofit, but even though the community that we live in, we all experience challenges. We really do, no matter what walks of life. Even though we're all different shades in here, we all have problems. And even though I came from an oil and gas background and also legal, I started to experiencing challenges on my own. And instead of me just sitting down doing nothing about it, I say, you know what? I need to help make a change. We're all hardworking here, and sometimes we don't know where to turn. And because of the status in life, it's hard for us to actually get help. So I decided to start doing events. Needless to say, the outpour of people that reached out that said, oh my gosh, I cannot believe we actually have something like this in our community, because a lot of people think about like the underserved communities. That's the first thing pop in your head. But we as individuals that live out here, we suffer in silence. And that's what I do not like. So needless to say, when I started this, that outpour of support, even the Texans, I volunteer my time with the Houston Texans. They've partnered with me. I volunteer my time to where they donate towards my organization because they believe in it. I mean, the list goes on about all the businesses that actually support me in the efforts that I do. So that's what a little bit Scarf is in a nutshell, basically. But yeah, and I actually take the time out to talk to the parents, talk to the students. And the best rewarding thing that I see is when I host my back to school events, the smile on the kids' faces. Like, I love it, love it, love it, love it. So that's a little bit about Scarf. I'm going to keep going. My goal is to ultimately do things like Christmas drives and Thanksgiving drives once I get like a little bit more knowledge of the community and what the needs are. But right now, mostly it focuses on back to school events for our kiddos out here. So yeah, that's a little bit about Scarf.
I'm going to take a photo now right here. All right, moving along here, we have a public hearing. Looks like one was canceled, so Tammy, I don't need to read that one. Okay. So I will read the public hearing. I'll open it up for 3 calls for anybody that is wishing to speak during the public hearing, and then we will move along to the public comments. So public hearing is to hear input from the public on an ordinance of the City of Manvel, Texas, amending the zoning ordinance of the city by amending the zoning classification of 11.665 acres located at 11800 Magnolia Parkway, Manvel, Texas, from light commercial district to light commercial district with specific use permit, LC-SUP, providing for the granting of a specific use permit with conditions to authorize the use of property for 611210 junior colleges, providing for the amendment of the city's official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing a penalty in an amount not to exceed $2,000 for each day of violation of any provision hereof. We will do the first call, and Dr. Exley, we'll have you come up for that agenda item and give you an opportunity to speak there. But first call for anybody that is wishing to speak for this public hearing. Second call. Oh, yes. If you can please come forward to the podium, and yes, ma'am. And if you can state your name and address, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Lorraine Hain, 37 Tarbella Drive, and I know how important it is during public comments as these to put on the record that people need to say in the audience that they are for this. They do want the zoning, they do want the college in our area. So I just want to make sure that that is on record, as that's what the public comments are for, and to put that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. Second call for anybody wishing to speak during this public hearing. Looks like you're thinking. You want to say something? No. Third call for anybody wishing to speak. Okay, we will close this public hearing at 6:30 p.m. We will now move on to the public comments. I have quite a few here, so if you are here in person, I will read off your name. If you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You will then have 3 minutes to speak, and we will have a timer, fancy timer up there on the screens for you to see and reference. And then for those of you, we have some that have submitted public comments. If you are here and wish to speak, please come forward. If not, I'll read off your comments. So the first that we have is Dorothy Wynn. Dorothy, thank you for being here.
I was the last one in, so I feel bad. So Dorothy Wynn, 9825 Masters Road. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the animals, horses, cows, dogs, donkeys, all humans with agendas I'm not so much here for. Both sides seem to have valid points, and I ask that both sides put their agendas aside. All this talk of let's not do this, let's talk about solutions. We're all standing on the same piece of ground. The chief is right. You know, the cops are getting shot at for a living, and although it's their responsibility to pick up dogs and take care of dogs and cats and cows and horses, we should have some responsibility of the owners. So some solutions. There's studies everywhere. When you say the Humane Society is a solution, the rescue groups have a lot of information. There's studies everywhere on when you stick a dog into a kennel or any place where there's this kind of excitement and that they're going through this kind of trauma, they're going to react differently than they would. So they're going to look stressed, they're going to act aggressive, they might even look sick. So I'd question the statistics that said that. I'd also question the Humane Society perfect record, because I've been on Humane Society's on their side of the bridge with horses being confiscated, and I know how those numbers get made to look a certain way. You can ship animals out of the state, and if they're sold at another place, they're certainly considered not an animal that was euthanized when they really needed to be euthanized. So some of the solutions, the city says they have no funding at all. That seems odd, that there's absolutely no funding. When you have funding for certain things, you're coming in below funding at things. Maybe some of these events that you schedule could be looked at through a different lens. Maybe you could go to some of the people that are in the community that have covered arenas or have pup runs, fun runs, obstacle courses. You could have dances where you invite everybody to get all dressed up and contribute. Killen's Restaurant put on a huge fundraiser, and they provided everything for Pearland, raised tons of money. So you could raise the money. You could partner with a rescue. You could partner with the Humane Society, whoever you partner with. I don't know how that works. Bobby would help you with that better, of course. And put up some temporary housing. I'm sure there's places where you have concrete slabs. It's $400 for a kennel, $600 if you want to cover it. You could partner with the rescues. Can they foster if you help with that? So there's actually things that can be done instead of let's drive them all to the nearest shelter. And 147 animals last year. But other things you could do. You could start an ever popular fee program. So if your dog, horse, or cow gets out once, it's a $20 fine. Maybe something went wrong. If the dog, cat, horse gets out twice, maybe it's a $200 fine. We'll help you fix the fence. But if the dog or cat or the horse gets out 3 times, it should be a $2,000 fine. You're not taking care of your pet. So there shouldn't be any excuses for it, and there should be a universal agreement for that, because everybody wants to see the horses, the dogs, the cats taken care of. And non-neutered pets, this isn't a popular one. There should be a fine or a fee. Let's put it a fee for that. Unless they can show that they're AKC registered, and you could add any details you want. AKC registered and using a breeding program. So there's things you can do as a city that wouldn't necessarily cost money. So you also have people in the community that are more than willing to watch out for who's dumping pets. If you have a $5,000 fine on the books, if you're caught dumping a pet in the city of Manvel, you'd be surprised how fast they'll stop dumping pets in the city of Manvel. And that just has to be something on the books. It's still a hanging offense to steal a horse on the books. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Appreciate your comment. And just another moment of privilege. Miss Dorothy Wynn has been a longtime resident of Manvel and has served many, many years on our PD&Z. Dorothy did not reapply for appointment to PD&Z, and I want to take a moment just to honor you, Dorothy, and thank you for all your years of service and the dedication that you've poured into the city. It doesn't go unnoticed, and Manvel's a better place because of you. So thank you for what you do. Next, we have Miss Cindy Cortinas. Cindy, if you could please come forward, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all for your time. Cindy Cortinas, 7204 Carpenter Road in Manvel. Sorry, I don't have a piece of paper today, but I'll be reading it off of here. Please help us with the right way to control animal control in our city. And sending the animals that have been abandoned and failed by their humans or lost to a kill shelter is not the right way. We want to give these animals another chance at the good life. As you know, I've been helping animal control since the beginning of January. And again, just in the last 2 weeks. I know the community task force, volunteer program, whatever y'all want to call it, can work because it has been. Please give the community a chance to show that we got this. The agreement with Houston Humane is not a good choice. If you just want to spend $75 to take a dog and drop it off, why not try to give it to the shelters, to the rescues, so that they can, help that animal. They have a better chance at foster homes than they do in a shelter. They'll be more relaxed in a foster home than in a shelter. As I said in the meeting February 5th, I want to help with animal control in Manvel to be better. I want us to be better. And I also stand by Proverbs 12:10. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Cindy. Appreciate you being here tonight. Next, we have Miss Julie Bradley. Julie, if you could just state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Just real quick, a week before, when we had the previous meeting, was the first time actually I've been in here, which is probably shameful. But I just want to say, after we all spoke, I honestly got the gut feeling that the way Manvel was set to go as far as take care of the animals was basically a quick fix. And I'm sorry if someone's already tried to start a program or anything, but I live out in the community. I've never heard of anyone trying to start something to help all these animals, and we need to be involved. We're the ones that are involved every single day. You've got about 15 people in here from rescues right now, and that's just from a handful of rescues involved. Can you imagine what it would be like if we were all involved to try to help the animal control officer take care of these animals? People make a difference. Manvel is not growing just because of you got businesses and people. It's families. And what's in the family? Almost all of you the previous week said you love your animal. Well, you know what? That's part of your family. Let's take care of our family members. Okay? And the way we can do that is like the people behind me that are going to speak, and some have, they stand up for the gut feeling of, I need to take care of these animals, and it's the right thing to do. Nothing's happened the past 2 weeks, to my knowledge, going to a shelter. We've helped out and we can do the same continuously. But get us involved. We can start a program. It's not all on you guys. The community needs to be involved. So get some of us involved. Start the programs. Listen to what people are saying back here. Just like in big business things, you get advisors, consultants. Well, you know what? You got a handful of them here right now. Let's get people involved. Okay? I went off my list so poorly. I might as well just go like that. I shouldn't have done this in the first place. But anyways, we, the people of Manvel and the surrounding areas, can help and help the city, Manvel, City on the Rise, set the example, be the example to other cities. We're still a young city. Let's do it. Let's show it off. Show what you've got. You've got some great people. And let's do it and make a huge difference. I'd rather be part of Manvel doing the right thing, setting the right example, you know, setting the right pace. I'd rather have you take care of the family, including the four-legged pets, not just the two-legged, okay? So please, think about all these suggestions out here, and let's make a difference instead of giving it away quickly. All these animals make someone's life much better than it was before, and they will. I have a foster puppy right now that all of you guys would just go, "Aw," right now. Sorry, potty trained, if anyone's interested, okay? We're good. Okay, so please, let's make a difference. We all love animals. Let's make it happen. Manvel's gonna make it right, okay? And if you need help, speak up. We got a lot of people that wanna help, okay? That's all I've got to really say. Thank you, though, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. You did a phenomenal job going off script, so you did good. Okay, next we have Miss Angela Grutzmacher. I probably butchered your last name, so my apologies about that. If you could state your name and address for us, thank you for being here, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Angela Grutzmacher. I live at 4958 Wick Willow Lane, Alvin, Texas. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak, giving me this opportunity to talk to you tonight. I'm the founder and executive managing director of a small 501c3 rescue here in Brazoria County. I've been involved in the rescue of domestic animals for more than 10 years. I come before you this evening merely to bring awareness to possible alternatives to the outsourcing of Manvel's homeless animals to an overpopulated Houston shelter where their outcomes will be unknown and their live release not guaranteed. Over the course of these past 10 years, myself and a very small handful of people have cultivated relationships and developed processes and protocols that have enabled us to rescue, home, and rehome over 2,000 injured and sick animals in need. We're not alone. There are many other reputable local rescues that are willing to help, as well as other organizations such as Alley Cat, Best Friends, Pets Alive, and many others that have already forged the way for a no-kill solution. It's been said, when you hand good people possibility, they do great things. Manvel, a city on the rise, has an opportunity to hand the good citizens of this community possibility. My hope is that Manvel will at least consider providing the support, the time, and the resources needed to do great things for its homeless pets. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for all that you've done over the past 10 years. Next, we have Ashley Russell with Lone Star Paws. Ashley, if you could please come forward to state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
My name is Ashley Russell, 1805 Parkcrest Street in Alvin, Texas. I do not have anything formal prepared here, so I apologize, but I'm just going to point out a few things that I took some notes on before this here. I'm actually here to speak about the HSS agreement that you guys have for the animals, along with these other ladies prior to me. I am representing Lone Star Paws. It is a newer 501(c) nonprofit, and it has only been here since end of 2022. In the duration that it's been operating so far, we have already adopted out over 800 animals, and it's been just about a year. So we've just gotten started. I'm just being made aware of this HSS agreement that you guys have for the animals that are coming through Manvel, sending them to the overpopulated shelter in Houston. And there are other options. As a representative and on the board of the directors for Lone Star Paws, we would be happy to take any of those animals and provide them with love, care, and find them a future forever home. I'm very nervous, I apologize. I just want to point out a few facts. So each year, approximately 3 million animals, dogs and cats together, are euthanized. Among those 3 million animals, about 2.4 are actually healthy and treatable animals that could have gone to families and homes. You'll understand why I point this fact out in just a moment, but over 70% of our veterans are coming from the state of Texas. A lot of those people need service dogs and animals, and a lot of those people need that bond that they get from our four-legged friends. A lot of these 2 million healthy and treatable animals could have potentially been service dogs for veterans. I mean, that's just one small example of where some of these animals could be going and how their lives are being cut short when it's not necessarily necessary to do so. Approximately 236 animals per hour are euthanized. That's about an average cost of 33.83 cents per animal. The state of Texas spends over $20 million a year in tax dollars euthanizing animals. I don't know if y'all are aware of that, but that's a lot of our tax dollars going somewhere where they could be going other places. I'm a very strong advocate for volunteering in general. So I would be happy to help the city of Manvel in any way I could to help find alternative ways of taking care of these animals versus sending them to the Houston Humane Society where they would potentially be killed. So just hoping that you guys take all of this into consideration today. And just know that Lone Star Paws, our rescue, is here for you and we will help. You can give us a call, reach out to us on all of our ways of communication, and we would be happy to take some of these animals from you. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashley, for your comments. You did great. No need to be nervous. Next, we have Drew Phillips, who submitted a comment. Drew, if you're here, would you like to make the comment? Okay, so this is one that's not in regards to animal control, so we're mixing it up a little bit here. This is for new buildings and other issues, so I'll read this out. Short and to the point, why is it that the police department and public works are to be getting a new building, but those who are crammed in the annex are still where they are? Court and what seems is bigger salary people are in the new building. You all have these job positions posted, which seem will never get filled, some being up since January that have not been interviewed yet. And I know this because I have family applying for some of the positions, yet hear nothing back. You have a PD that maybe staffs 30 to 35 employees, which is fantastic, but why do you need such a large building along with take-home vehicles that y'all cruise around in all day anyways? I'm sorry, I guess I need some clarification considering about half of your staff has already wrecked vehicles, whether it had been a rollover slamming into the back of a trailer, falling asleep at the wheel. But hey, you want to use your loan/bond for this huge building, go ahead. But Mayor, good luck smoothing it over with the rest of us citizens when you attempt to raise the taxes for the next upcoming year, because you have realized that money doesn't grow on trees. I am starting to bring the entire council along with director staff that have had to attend these meetings must believe the citizens of Manvel just live high and have so much money to give, right? Promotions and raises left and right. I guess that's why our water bills skyrocketed, right? Mayor and city manager, how about you address the citizens now and tell them to expect yet again another rate increase next year? What should we expect? $35 for water and $40 for sewer. I would get maybe paying that amount if we can go an entire year without a boil water notice, or I'm not going to say that word, without losing water for a few hours. Council, I would like to also address the lack of communication we get from the PIO. We never know about a water main break unless call the water department and get frustrated when we think they turned off the water, but there is a break somewhere. That is the end. Thank you, Mr. Drew, for your comments. Next, we have Sarah Harpman. Sarah, are you here? Okay, I will read out Sarah Harpman. She lives at 72 Terra Bella. Good evening, council and staff. It has been brought to my attention that at a previous council meeting, a gentleman had announced what a great job the city manager and city attorney did on negotiating their contract. But what gets me, it seems everyone turned their attention away from the promotion of the finance director, HR administration director, and public safety director. Congratulations to you three on your promotion and hefty pay bump you all received. Hopefully with this increasement, it means you took on more work because it seems PD is always hiring. And you've had a clerk position out for a while that has yet to be filled. Bless the staff you have. That's my 2 cents. Speaking of positions being filled, I don't recall when listening in on budget season anything being mentioned about all of the positions opening up within Public Works. Y'all, I get it. You're a growing city, but promotions left and right, contract negotiations, big old PD getting built. Shoot, you're going to run dry by the end of your fiscal year. I hope your finance director knows what she is doing. Your former finance director got out in the nick of time to see the ridiculous spending y'all have done. Now tell me something. How often is a corporal that's not on duty getting called out? I'd like to say clearly not often. I state this because I work within League City, and I swear I see 3 of the same officers driving. I am tempted to request a records request on overall field purchasing the city of Manvel has paid since allowing all these take-home vehicles. Your animal control and supervisor code enforcement officer have take-home vehicles, and heaven forbid if we call them on the weekend. Code enforcement won't answer his line, and animal control is like pulling teeth to get dispatched to send him out. Work with what you have, but don't get digging and pulling more money out of the citizens' pockets because y'all are being selfish and greedy. Thank you, Sarah, for your comments. Next, we have Lorraine Hain. Lorraine, would you like to speak? If you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and I will not be caught off guard this time. Excuse me. Lorraine Hain, City of Manvel, 37 Tarabella Drive. Excuse me one second. I'm just going to read a lot of the comment that I've already submitted, if you don't mind. And about the animal agenda, the HHS agreement that we're talking about today, I understand why this is back on the agenda, because it was a tabled item, and because of the way the local government works and these meetings work, these items do come back. What I want to bring to the attention, though, is that this item does not have any kind of option or description on it to discuss even suggesting rescue organizations or fostering. So I am a little bit nervous because I know that the city attorney's job is to keep you guys on track and to see that this item is only to discuss that agreement. And I really would have hoped to have seen it rewritten so that it will loosen you guys up to discuss that option. So I'm going to hope and ask that you all give latitude to the chief, because I know that he will have some ideas about how you can utilize the organizations in this. If need be, I hope that you all consider tabling it again if you have to, just so that you can make sure you stay in compliance, because that's all you can talk about today. And if you have to table it just to give the ACO as well as the chief more time in order to get that implementation going and the SOP going, please feel free to do so, because a lot of people here, as you say, they're willing to work. We've been doing this for many years. We're very flexible, but don't pass something if you don't have to. Let the conversations happen naturally the way they're supposed to. And I know that whatever engagement happens will be right for everybody. Thank you so much for considering it. We appreciate it.
Thank you for being here, Lorraine, and for your comments. Next, we have Jan Benningfield. Jan, are you here? Okay, I'll read Jan's comments at 8106 Belcher Road. I am against the use of HHS for animal control. The rescue groups have reached out to work with the city to help with the rescue program. The city needs its own facility. Thank you, Jan. Next, we have Miss Lauren Quinn. Lauren, are you here tonight? Okay, Lauren is not here tonight, so I'll read her comment. It says, please do not approve the agreement with the Houston Humane Society. Our community is ready to step up and help save animals who are lost, neglected, dumped, etc. Please don't let their life and our pleas fall to the wayside because it's an easier option. Thank you, Lauren, for your comments. Next, we have Emily Tade Hensley. Emily, are you here? Okay, I'll read Emily's comments to all city officials. Your City on the Rise residents do not want to see a partnership with the Houston Humane Society. It is not fiscally responsible to pay $75 per discarded or lost dog or cat. Why is this on the agenda and not other solutions? This is a Band-Aid and a poor quality one at that. This is not a solution for our ever-growing community and not acceptable for an animal-loving and animal-raising community. You have multiple rescues that operate within our city. Why not consider taking half of the $75, 73.5 cents, or even 1/4, $18.75, and donate those funds plus the animal to a local rescue? Allow these abandoned and scared animals a chance to be in the right humans' hands. Do the right thing, officials, and do it now. Thank you, Emily, for your comments. I have 2 more written comments, and I know these 2 individuals I don't believe are here tonight. Dee Dee King, are you here? Okay, I'll read this one from Dee Dee. We have lived here 20 years and the last 6 in Lakeland behind the high school. The first year we had no problem with stray cats and the previous owner kept dogs in the yard. Then one night my camera alarms woke me up. A big stray tomcat was walking through my backyard spraying everything from the pool, spa, patio furniture, legs of my husband's barbecue pit, parts of the wooden fence, even the screen on my back door. It jumped to the backyard fence and continued to spray around the garage and carport on its way to the street. We set a trap and caught the cat. A call to Manvel PD resulted in comments they couldn't do anything, call Alvin Shelter. No, we weren't residents of Alvin. We called Brazoria County. Nope, we live in city limits. We called every humane society and group we could identify online for the area. No one could or would help. That tomcat must have marked the path through our yard as a trail for both feral and pet cats running loose. We live next to the field behind the school. A lot of strays come from that field for 5 years. At least one cat a week sets off our camera alarms in the middle of the night. Some weeks, it's almost every night. Some nights, there are many as 4 cats setting off alarms all night long. I am tired of being awakened because my stray cats are running around my yard. I am tired of working in the landscape beds and finding cat feces. I am appalled that my grandkid was helping me plant seedlings in our veggie garden and uncovered cat feces. I am worried about stray cats carrying disease. There was one cat with gobs of crusty-looking goop all around his eyes and nostrils. Twice I've had to clean up broken bottles of chemicals because a cat jumped up on a work table and knocked them to the concrete patio. Other Lakeland homeowners have also complained. Since there was no animal control officer, I'm the one who pulled dead cats out of the retention ponds or picked up dead cats that were run over on the neighborhood streets. Several of us have witnessed coyotes carrying off screaming cats. We were delighted to see a new Manvel animal control officer. We called the morning of February 16th and Sherman promptly arrived at our house. You can imagine my shock when this nice man said he couldn't take the cat and there was nothing he could do. The city-funded animal control officer cannot do anything to serve the needs of the city residents and taxpayers because the agreement with the Alvin shelter is inadequate. Alvin is also overrun with strays and their shelter is nearly always full. We understand the Manvel Animal Control Program is in the infancy stage. Undoubtedly, Sherman and City will develop long-term plans that could even include at least temporary holding facilities. Or that Sherman can use his extensive experience and network of resources to develop a system where strays are picked up, accounted for, and placed in temporary homes until better solutions are found. But there is also a need for immediate, even if only temporary, solution. I realize that there has been vocal opposition to Manvel forming an agreement with the Houston Humane. But the alternative is that Manvel has no animal control program until there is a process for the animal control officer to remove and restrain the stray animals. Even a temporary agreement with Houston Humane will provide immediate solutions while the city and Sherman work on long-term solutions. I understand the folks advocating against Houston Humane, but the city has an obligation to the human residents and taxpayers of the community. We are better served if the animal control program can actually begin controlling animals now. Otherwise, there will remain domestic pets trying to survive in the wild without shelter, reliable sources of food, and safe drinking water, without any veterinary medical care, with exposure to parasites and predators. I strongly urge the city to move forward with an agreement with the Houston Humane so Manvel has 2 possible resources to handle this stray animal issue. Thank you, Dee Dee, for your comments. The last written comment that we have is from Adrian Gaspar. I read this in advance, and it is a nice one this evening, so thank you, Adrian. Adrian also had knee surgery, so please just keep him in your prayers. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of posts on social media about that. So from Adrian, it says, I am all for the agreement with Houston Humane Society. And also, I want to congratulate council and the administration of how well you all handled the issue. Let me start by saying that you are all amazing. Let me explain. What this administration did at the last council meeting is more than amazing. You operated in a manner that the founding fathers of this country and the framers of the Constitution wanted you to operate. If you would have placed the issue to a vote by ignoring the other side, you would have operated as a democracy where 51% of the people rule over the other 49%. Instead, by tabling the issue for this council meeting and working with the opponents of the Houston Humane Society, you operated as a constitutional republic the way the framers of the Constitution designed this country. This is why we have electoral college when we elect a president. This way everyone has a voice and not just a majority. Once again, thank you for what you do and keep staying amazing. Respectfully, former City Councilman Adrian Gaspar. Thank you, Adrian, for those comments. I believe that is all of our public comments. Okay, lots of reading there. Thank you for everybody who spoke and for everybody that submitted comments. I will now take a break in speaking, and Dan, I will turn it over to you for our city manager update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First item is I actually asked the birthday girl, Miss Tammy, to give us a quick update on the upcoming election here in May.
So, as not to confuse everyone, this is not an update on the current primary election that's going on, and early voting started today. So this is going to be our May 4th general election update that I'm providing. So we have 2 places on the ballot. We have place number 1, currently held by Larry Akery, and we had Keith Bonner file as well. So we have 2 candidates filing for place 1. And for place 2, David Lands, the incumbent, also filed with Robinas Burrill, who has filed against him. There will be the notice of drawing this Thursday for the places on the ballot. Early voting for the May election will start on April the 22nd and go through April the 30th, with Election Day on May the 4th. As for the primary, get out there and vote. And that's going on right now. Early voting will end on, March 1st, with March 5th being Election Day for the primary election.
Thank you, Tammy. And the second one is I actually asked Rosie to give us an update on the wastewater averaging. That was something that we talked about during the budget time last year, and so I think we're getting close to rolling that out. So, Rosie?
Exactly. We are getting close to rolling it out. Actually, it will be rolled out on next month's bill, which the averaging would be based on November, December, and January's bill. We've looked for other ways that residents can save money on their sewer costs. The other way would be if they applied for a second meter. Their upfront cost there would be $95, which is your connection fee and your deposit, but then you would not get charged any sewer on that account, only water. And that would save residents quite a bit more money than the actual averaging. For those interested, they can just call it a water department.
Dan, would it be possible to have our public information officer, who does a phenomenal job with keeping the community updated, where she could go and she could, I'm sorry, I had to, and share information about this, because I think that's very valuable information.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Rosie.
The next one is kind of exciting. What we're hoping to have is a city council retreat. Actually, would be a series of retreats. The first one would be council and myself and the city attorney and a third-party facilitator. The date that we're shooting for, I know it's a little cheesy, but March 4th, and as far as marching forth into the future. So that would just be, come on, what? I set it up. So that would be the first one, and then the second one would be the same facilitator meeting with our department directors, and then the third meeting would be all of us meeting together. So if you can check your calendars, and I guess, Tammy, if we can send them out a notification. What we're thinking is probably a half-day retreat, probably starting at lunchtime, and then just rolling right up. That's your normal council day anyway. So this first one we'd probably just do here at City Hall, maybe back in the conference room, or in here. In here? Okay, in here. And then maybe, perhaps, the finale, we're working on a spot off campus, so to speak. So I'm excited. More details to come on that. The fourth one is the works schedule adjustment. So we talked a little bit about this again during the budget time, and I think we're ready to roll this out at the end of this month, actually. So a 980 work schedule. So we've talked about different options. Some folks would love a 410 schedule. That's what Alvin does for their public works. The way that we're growing right now, that's just not a practical work schedule. I mean, it's great, but for everybody to be off every Friday, that's just not practical. We need to find ways to be more available for the citizens, not less available. So the 980, what that allows us to do is we're still working Monday through Thursday every week. Everybody works Monday through Thursday, and then on Friday, I'll use an example, maybe Robbie and I. So Robbie's working this Friday, I'm off, but then the next Friday I'm on and he's off, kind of thing. So several other cities use it, and what it would specifically really help out with public works and our inspections, because right now we have to shut down inspections on Friday at like 10:30 or something in the morning. So this would allow us to keep doing civil site inspections throughout the day. not all departments will be able to do this just yet because they're not big enough, right? So I'm going to leave that up to the department heads if they think that they have enough staff to be able to do this. Probably once you start getting to about 10 people in your staff, then you can actually do it. But anyway, I'm very excited to actually be rolling that out. Just two more. The fifth one was capital projects update. So, there are many projects going on. So I was just going to hit 5, if that's okay. The Croy Park Phase 2, that project is nearing completion. Actually, we already have generated a punch list for that. We got an update just recently on the Croy Park Phase 2 project. The second one is the police station. So that contract, has been awarded to Flint Co. And actually, I saw today, city attorney, and they're working on the contract so that we can actually get it in front of us and get it all signed. Hoping for a groundbreaking date that we can share with everybody, so we can go out there and have the ceremonial shovel for Chief, especially. I know he's excited about that. The third one is the Public Works facility. So that one, we are meeting later on this week with the potential winning contractor. I think we're going to meet on Thursday. So hoping to have that contract in front of y'all at the next council meeting. The fourth one is the elevated storage tank. That one has been awarded, and we're looking for a notice to proceed, hopefully March 25th. They asked for a little bit of time, but again, we do own the property. We've got approved plans. We're ready to go. It takes about 1 year to build that plant. So looking at March 25th for that one. And then the fifth one was the water reclamation facility. Last week on Valentine's Day, had the pre-bid meeting for that. Had some good folks turn out, some contractors that are interested in building our new wastewater treatment plant. Proposals are due back. It looks like it's going to be March 27th is when those proposals are going to be due back. And then hoping to award that project in April or 1st of May. So, and then the last one was the franchise agreement. Quick update on that. So we have worked on our end of the CenterPoint Electrical franchise agreement and sent that off to them. So we're hoping to get that back at your next meeting. And then we're working internally on the CenterPoint gas franchise agreement, and hope to have that one back to CenterPoint very soon. If you've seen the work going up on Highway 6, that's related, most of it's related to Centric, which was a franchise agreement for gas services going to Valencia. So they've been steadily working on that, putting big gas lines in the ground. So now I'll take a breath, Mayor, unless you have anything else.
No, that's it. Appreciate that, Dan. Thank you for that update. We now have the consent agenda. Any comments or questions about the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept.
We have a motion from Councilman Hudson. Do I have a second? Second. We have a second from Councilman Opleger. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. We will now move on to the regular agenda as no items were removed from the consent agenda. We have consideration and possible action to approve the first of 2 readings of Ordinance 2024-0-08, or sorry, 2024-0-08. And our building official is going to come up and just give the initial presentation, and then Dr. Exley, appreciate your patience. We'll have you come forward and speak next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Evan Duvall, I'm with Safe Build, Texas PBG Consulting. I'm subbing in temporarily for zoning administration for the city. So this specific use permit is required in the light commercial district where this property is located for a junior college. And all the required notices were sent and all the abutters were notified to state law and to the city's ordinances. I do want to mention that this area is on Magnolia. It's on the south side. It's actually an existing building. So they're actually not going to construct anything on the exterior. It's going to be an interior model on the second floor, approximately 15,000 square feet. The building is 2 stories. It's about 60,000 square feet in total. I do want to mention there's an existing special use permit that was approved for a church. And this whole property works with like a shared parking where they have off-peak, like church hours are not the same as normal office hours and retail. So when we're looking at this property, it has enough parking for this proposal for a maximum of 80 students. And Alvin Community College is here. They could explain what they do at this property a lot better than I would be able to explain, but largely they will not be coming at the same time, which also leads to the traffic impact. This was built as a commercial office building and church and daycare, And essentially, this proposal is not going to increase traffic significantly, so insignificantly that it won't require a traffic impact analysis. So the traffic is handled. It's a very good location. In terms of the surrounding uses, to the east, it's light commercial. It's currently a vacant building that's in the process of becoming a commercial strip center. That's in the works. To the north, it's City of Pearland's area. To the west, it's actually open single-family district, and there's an existing large acreage home and maybe some pasture land there. Lastly, to the south, it's in the ETJ for Manvel, and it's South Fork. So why are we here? Like I said before, a specific use permit is required in the light commercial district. And essentially, this is a process where we can take a look and make sure that there's going to be essentially no negative externalities with uses. And in this case, it's a small campus for them. It's not going to have any adverse impacts. And we are unconcerned. We think this will operate with no issues. In terms of, I have a parking analysis, like I said before. Parking works great here. It's shared parking, and the great thing about shared parking is it doesn't have a lot of vacant parking spaces sitting there during off-peak times. So the church and, like I said before, the retail and office uses will work very well together. So staff recommended approval for this request with one condition. There are some significant improvements that the building will need in terms of egress, and essentially the condition is that all building, fire, and engineering comments must be addressed during the permitting process. And that's just a catch-all. We've been working with this group for a while, and we had a meeting on last Monday, the 12th, and PD&Z recommended 5-0 to 1, which means 1 absentia. Recommendation for conditional approval based on staff conditions. And again, we're not seeing any negative impacts for this. We recommend conditional approval.
Thank you, Evan. And I believe that the one person that abstained was because they are an employee of ACC, which is why they abstained.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Evan. I still feel like you and Dan are cousins or something like that. Every time I look at you, I see the similarities.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Exley, if you could please come forward. I really appreciate you being here. And for council and those in the audience, if you could introduce who you are and the important role that you play for our area.
Yeah. My name is Dr. Robert Exley. I currently serve as the president for Alvin Community College. Behind us, you will see a number of our Board of Regents members who are here and the executive committee, as well as folks in the support roles at the college. So thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of Alvin Community College, I extend our deepest gratitude for your support and partnership in our proposed expansion to Manvel. This initiative marks a significant milestone in ACC's journey of growth and service to the community. As we have celebrated our 75th anniversary year, it is fitting that we embark on this new chapter, reinforcing our commitment to education and workforce development. ACC's current enrollment stands at approximately 5,100 students, a testament to our institution's appeal and effectiveness in providing high-quality education. Our new facility in Manvel, occupying approximately 14,494 square feet, that's a pretty good approximation, right? At 11,800 Magnolia Parkway is poised to become a hub of innovation and learning. This expansion, known as ACC West, is strategically positioned to cater to the band of skilled professionals in the western region of our service area. Leveraging labor market data, we recognize that significant population and workforce growth is expected in these sectors, industries such as healthcare, computer services, hospitality, and business. ACC West proximity to many industry partners will be invaluable to us and to Manvel, especially for students enrolled in work-based programs, offering them that unique opportunity to earn while they learn. Our corporate college will be located on this new campus. We'll provide tailor-made training opportunities for local businesses, fostering a symbiotic relationship between academia and industry. This initiative aligns perfectly with our commitment to reskilling, upskilling, and the overall workforce development. The facility itself is designed to foster collaboration and innovation. It includes an open collaboration space, state-of-the-art classrooms, and specialized labs such as a digital technology lab, allied health lab, biotechnology, and a unique virtual reality arena. This VR arena is especially notable as it will offer real-world scenario training for first responders and healthcare providers, placing ACC at the forefront of experiential learning. Our program offerings will be diverse and geared towards meeting the dynamic needs of the community, from our continuing education programs like patient care technicians, EMT basic and biotechnology, to the corporate college's customized training for local businesses, and an entrepreneurship program that will nurture new businesses through micro-credentials, seminars, workshops, and mentorship. This expansion is not just about physical growth, but a reaffirmation of our mission to be a catalyst for the educational, economic, and community development. As we move forward, we look forward to the Manvel City Council with gratitude and hope, knowing that your support is instrumental in making this vision a reality. Together, we are not just expanding our accessibility to education. We believe sincerely that we are nurturing minds, cultivating skills, and empowering our communities. Thank you for being an integral part of this journey.
Thank you, Dr. Exley. While we have you standing here, Council, do you have any comments or questions for Dr. Exley? Councilwoman Sarmiento.
I'm thrilled this is finally on the agenda. I think that this is instrumental in what we say, Manvel, City on the Rise, and having finally an anchor here of a local community college it's phenomenal. So I'm excited for this. Thank you so much for looking at Manvel to bring that amazing extension to. I think it's amazing. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Exley, this is a question for you. What are you guys kind of projecting for your construction timeline, when you might be open? I know that's dependent upon pulling permits and some of those things, but do you have a forecast?
You know, construction is like it's always ready on Thursday. You just don't know which Thursday. Our goal would be to be operational by the fall term, which would be the middle of August.
Okay. Awesome. Any other comments or questions from council? No? Thank you for being here, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Dan, anything else from staff? Nope. Okay. Do I have a motion from council? I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-0-08. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, Councilman Acree beat you to it. So we'll give the second to Councilman Acree there. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously 7-0. Congratulations, and we look forward to working with you. And we appreciate all of you for taking your time out of your evenings and being here, and thank you for your service to our area. You do a lot, and it doesn't go unnoticed, so thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 2, consideration and possible action to approve a variance request seeking to vary Chapter 35, Section 35-22, prohibited sales for a property located at 19710 Morris Avenue, State Highway 6 in Meridiana's open planned unit development / State Highway 6 overlay district OPUD / State Highway 6. And we got Dan's cousin coming up again.
Thank you, Mayor and Council again. So this item is essentially the city's ordinance requires a separation from public schools to alcohol, people that sell alcohol. In this case, the applicant's requesting that variance be approved to allow the sale of alcohol within 300 feet of a public school. In terms of this request, we're recommending conditional approval, and our condition is just basically recommending that variance is granted for the restaurant with on-premise beer and wine and/or mixed beverages only, and that's just to make sure that they have food. I do want to mention that there's been a growing trend in the region as well as almost statewide of changing the ordinance to allow restaurants to have beer and wine and/or mixed beverages by right. That is a city policy that you guys can adopt. City of Pearland, for example, has done it. Webster has done it for restaurants. So that's an option. I just want to mention that that's kind of a trend that's been happening. If you have any questions, let me know.
Appreciate that. And just one question that I have to start us off here. Honorees had to go through this very similar thing, correct, as their proximity to the high school?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I believe that we also have the applicant that's here that's seeking this variance request. Would you like to come forward and say anything? Introduce yourself to us. Wow, look at you looking all fancy right there. You clean up nice. So if you could just please state your name, who you're with.
Absolutely. Patrick Berry with Gulf Coast Commercial Group. I'm the developer for that project and can answer any questions you have. We're happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, one question I do have, how are things looking on Wilson?
We're getting there. I think we're close to getting our permits approved. So we'll start that next week.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that. I had to ask you that. So.
Absolutely.
Council, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Pat?
What school is this?
Councilwoman Sarmiento, if you can unmute your mic there.
Thank you. What school is this proposed
It's the
to
high
be
school.
here?
We're catty corner from the high school. It's
Which?
Meridiana Parkway and, Manvel High School.
Okay. So Manvel, is it on the same side or the other side?
We're catty corner, so we're
Catty
on,
corner.
we're on the southeast corner of Meridiana Parkway and Highway 6.
Okay, that new development that's
Yeah,
coming
there-
there.
we have one building up right now. We've got a second phase. We're about to start construction as soon as we get permits.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I have one correction. So I misspoke. This is actually the first variance waiver that we were able to find. And I believe that the prior alcohol uses across from the school are prior non-conforming. So they're just grandfathered in. So I just want to correct that. I misspoke. And best time as ever is before the meeting ends, you know? Thank you.
Appreciate that. Pat, I do have a question. Do you know prospective tenants that you're able to share with us?
We don't. I mean, we're looking to, at this point, it's going to take us 6 months to build it, 3 months to permit for it. So we have plenty of time to try to find, the perfect tenant for this community. And we're open to listen to suggestions as well. I mean, we're looking for another sit-down, family-style restaurant that's not in Manvel or even in Alvin. So we're open to suggestions.
Awesome.
And the way we have our building positioned, where we're looking to fill up the back end of that building, the L closest to Meridiana Parkway, so it creates more of a comfort for the patrons of that restaurant being away from Highway 6. So, but we're open to any suggestions.
Well, your building that you're currently constructing looks beautiful. Excited to see the
appreciate
tenants
it.
that go in there.
We should have them open within 4 or 5 months.
Awesome. Any other comments, questions from Councilman David Lands?
So this is going to be the corner property that's not developed yet, right?
Correct. So
Correct.
Next to that good-looking shop and I love that building you're building.
Yeah, we started with the first phase, and we thought we were going to do a couple pads, and the leasing went so well, we decided to put more multi-tenant, another multi-tenant building there. So it was better than just having fast food pads, in our opinion. Probably better for the city as well. So it's going to be a little larger than the building that's existing right there. It's going to be about 3,000 square feet larger.
You think it's going to be a one client?
No, it'll be multi-tenant, so we'll probably have a large restaurant of hopefully 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, and then the remainder of it will be individual tenants that complement the first phase.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion from Councilman Hudson. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman David Lands. All those in favor? All those opposed, motion passes unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you for being here. There we go. Yeah, we can clap for that. There we go. Donald's clapping over there as our EDC member. He's excited. He's like, more sales tax coming in. All right, agenda item number 3, consideration and possible action to approve an animal transfer agreement between the Houston Humane Society and the City of Manvel and authorize the city manager to execute said agreement, tabled at the 2/5/2024 City Council meeting, which is why it's coming forward before us in the exact same format as it is from last time. Chief, I believe we will have you kick this off for us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Just to go back and recap, at the last meeting, the agenda item was tabled so we could have the opportunity to discuss alternative options. And if I understood what transpired was the rescue groups and the citizens that came and spoke were to reach back out with a plan or a program that would allow us to work with them in the rescue or the fostering program. Tuesday morning after the meeting, I reached out to Lorraine Hain. And the reason why I reached out to her is we've had several conversations in the past concerning animal control. and I felt that she and I could have a pretty good dialogue and communication was going on. Well, we did. For about 2.5 hours, we spoke about the animal control and the direction we want to go, or the direction that we need to look at this. But what I want to remind everybody is animal control and shelter are two different things. We have an animal control. We don't have a shelter. What everybody's wanting to do is what a shelter does. So in essence, we have to create an organization or a group that would work as a shelter would work. In other words, what I spoke with Lorraine about was I asked her to come up with some procedures, something that would help us create procedures on how we would handle it as a police department or animal control, to work together with this group. My recommendation was that we have one group that would create a rescue or a foster program, or however they wanted to do it, that would create their organization with a 501(c) like a rescue group would be, and it would give us one point of contact or a point of contact and a backup in case that one point of contact is not available. But all we found, and all that came, like we saw this evening, was rescue group after group after group after group that wants to help, which is fantastic. In all the conversations we've had, even in the last meeting, nobody ever said that we did not want to work with these rescue groups. But it's irresponsible for a city to reach out to a rescue group and just start divvying out animals without agreements with these rescue groups, such as the agreements that we're looking at with the Houston Humane Society. We, as a city, would want to know where these animals are going, what's happening with the animals, just like everybody else wants to know according to this agreement. So after the discussion I had with Lorraine, it was I felt we had a amicable resolution that we could work with. This doesn't negate the fact that we need another option. Just having one option is not viable. We need more than one option. Houston Humane Society is a viable option. There are other options out there that we're going to look at and we're going to research and move forward with them, but we're looking at every option available to us to help these animals. On the 13th, Lorraine sent me an email with proposed changes and a proposed agreement for the Houston Humane Society. I pulled the old agreement, I say the old agreement, the agreement that we had on discussion, and I made some changes to this agreement, which I felt satisfied the needs of everybody involved. The city, the rescue groups that spoke. I met with Houston Humane Society last Thursday. I'm telling you, my 2 weeks has been nothing but animal control. I met with the Houston Humane Society, I met with their director, and I met with their chief executive officer, and basically their agreement is their agreement. Everybody's saying that Houston Humane Society is a kill shelter. I haven't seen any proof of that. All I've heard is people saying that. I haven't seen any data. The data I've seen shows that they have a 95 to 96% live rate, walkout rate, which a no-kill shelter is defined as a live release rate of 90 to 100%. So I'm not seeing that data to show that we're blasting the Houston Humane Society. I say we are, I'm not, as being as a kill shelter. I haven't seen that data. I have heard people talk about it, but the data reflects on their reports that they have on their website does not reflect that. So working with Lorraine and the groups, I told them that I would speak with the council and say that we are working on a program. We're working on something to where we can utilize these groups, the rescue groups, and everybody involved to foster and help us with these animals. We all want the same thing. We want to be able to provide a safe and nurturing place for these animals. But as an animal control, we should not have to sit there for hours and hours and hours trying to find a rescue group or to call 15 different groups to take these animals. I feel we should have one point of contact, a group, and then after we have the animal for 72 hours, then we take that animal to that group, and then they send that to a foster or a rescue group to adopt out. That was what I brought up with, and that's what I mentioned is what we need to do. But we still need to have an agreement with that group, just as we're asking for an agreement with Houston Humane Society. And it's the same as the agreement we have with Alvin Animal Shelter. It's the same thing. We need to have accountability. So with all of that, that's kind of where we're at right now. We haven't received a program back from them yet. Not saying that we can't work through that, because we really want to try to work through that program, but it's like I explained to Lorraine, we still need this option. And her response to me in her email was she understands that we need this option as well. So I'm not saying, and nobody's saying, and ACO Sherman is not saying that we're not going to work with these groups. We just need viable options that are out there. This is for our needs right now. This is a viable option. Now, in the future, when we start digging a little bit deeper, and we start looking at an animal shelter, we start looking at building a shelter of our own, then yes, we can even enlist their aid even further by using the volunteer program, the foster programs, the rescue groups. But again, that's going to be that one person making that one phone call. Right now, as an animal control, our job is to enforce the laws, enforce the ordinances, investigate animal abuse cases, and take animals to a provider. That's where we're at with it right now. I spoke with the manager of the Alvin shelter last week as well. She had mentioned to me that they have partnered with Houston Humane Society for adoption purposes. I don't even know where to go from here.
Well, Chief, I believe Officer Sherman might have a few things that he'd like to say as well. Would this be a good opportunity to bring him
That's
forward?
correct. He has requested to speak to council, and I asked, that we would allow him to say something. I trust his judgment. He has many years in this business. I trust his judgment. I trust his recommendation, and I would ask that he be allowed to speak.
Absolutely. So Officer Sherman, if you can come forward, I know you have a few things to say, and then I'll kick us off after that with a few questions and a statement that I'd like to make.
I'm a little better prepared tonight. So I wrote a letter I'd like to read to y'all. Dear Council, firstly, I would like to again thank the City of Manvel and the Manvel Police Department for giving me the opportunity to serve as animal control officer for the city and contribute to the growth and development of animal control in the community. I was tasked with identifying needs and helping find solutions to existing problems and issues that would have a positive impact on animal control and benefit both the hardworking citizens and the animals we are responsible for in the city. One of the things I immediately started on was building relationships with the rescue community and laying groundwork for a volunteer program. We have already been able to send animals for the first time directly to 2 verified rescues from the PD with community assistance. This was a great example of the community and city coming together to help solve what is currently the biggest problem the city is facing, having a reliable place to send our animals to receive care and get off the streets. While most municipal and private-run shelters both utilize volunteers, rescues, fosters, they are equipped with a facility to hold animals for an additional amount of time to find the foster or rescue, and then access to resources to get the animals vaccinated and or examined by a veterinarian before going to the foster or rescue. It's important to reiterate the obvious when considering not to utilize Houston Humane. We do not have an animal shelter. We cannot hold animals for several days and provide the necessary vaccines and vet checks that most rescues require to pick up an animal and that fosters demand in order to take an animal. Therefore, a community-led foster program cannot replace Houston Humane as an option for our animals, but instead work as a preferred additional resource, if available, that we can utilize first before moving on to another resource. Now, the big part. It's clear that my actions have led to frustration among residents when they call me to pick up an animal, only for me to explain that I can't, due to reasons discussed in the previous council meeting. Despite the people of Manvel being accustomed to hearing that we're often unable to take in a stray animal, the hiring of an animal control officer has only heightened their expectations and consequently their disappointments. For me to perform my duties effectively, it's crucial that I have access to every available resource. This would minimize and hopefully eliminate instances where I have to inform a resident that I'm unable to help with a stray dog. Houston Humane has the resources and experienced people on staff that can help us in several ways. Other agencies also have agreements in place to be able to have Houston Humane house and care for their animals. Captain McLean and I was able to have a meeting at their facility and talk about this possibility. We were given a tour of the entire place and was impressed by the cleanliness, care, and enrichment witnessed being given to animals. Now, compassion for life is at the core of what makes us human. I truly believe that. I've heard in the last council meeting the objection to Houston Humane being used as an alternative drop-off point because they are a kill shelter. I encourage members of the council to look up the public statistics on their website in reference to their live release rate. I can tell you, working in and with shelters for over 20 years, that the truth of the matter is that all shelters are kill shelters. I want y'all to all think about that. If they do not euthanize an animal in-house, they send the animal to another place that will, or they just will stop taking animals altogether until space is made. I'd like to take a moment to express that working in animal control, especially those as shelter workers, it's among the most challenging and emotional draining professions. The individuals who dedicate themselves to these roles are not driven by a dislike for animals or a desire to harm them. On the contrary, they are some of the most compassionate and empathetic individuals you could ever meet. They choose this path to make a positive impact. The decision to euthanize an animal for any reason is never celebrated. It's a heartbreaking reality, often a consequence of irresponsible pet ownership. Shelter workers have seen the darkest sides of human nature and carry that heavy emotional load. I speak from personal experience, having been in that very position. Initially, my venture into this profession wasn't driven by passion. As a college student, eager to earn some extra cash and steer clear of debt, I landed what I thought was a temporary job at an animal shelter. Little did I anticipate that this job would chart me the course of my career. Witnessing that harsh realities of human cruelty and its impact on innocent lives was a turning point for me. That experience galvanized me to dedicate my life to advocating for those who can't speak for themselves, striving to create positive change in this area for both humans and animals through education and enforcement. Now, more than 2 decades later, that dedication brings me before you today. Council, if my own pet were to be found running loose, I would fully trust Kristen, the animal behaviorist who spoke here, the animal behaviorist at Houston Humane that spoke at the last council meeting, who lives in Manvel, and her entire team to provide the best care possible, far preferring their intervention over risking my dog's safety on the streets. Therefore, before criticizing facilities that strive to benefit animals and their communities, it's important to remember the weight carried by those who sometimes must make the difficult decision to euthanize an animal. It's never their preferred option or something they take lightly. Is there horrible people and places you should not send your animal to in this field? The answer is yes. And I've worked with individuals in places like that. I can tell you, however, that Houston Humane is not one of those places you should have that concern about. Further developing a community foster and volunteer program would be a great asset to have available, and I hope we can come together as a city to make this an additional solution and even the first choice for our animals. However, I still believe in having an agreement with Houston Humane in place and as an additional resource is in the best interest of the city and its animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Sherman. I'm going to give you a round of applause for that. Officer Sherman, I have a question for you real quick. And I want to take a moment on a personal level, on behalf of my family and I. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. We really appreciate it.
No, yes, sir. Thank you.
How many animals would you say on a weekly basis that you're not able to pick up?
I'll tell you like this, Mayor. If I was to pick up dogs like I should be picking up and enforcing like I should, I could have probably picked up 7 or 8 dogs.
And the reason why you can't pick those up is because you don't have anywhere to take them.
Because I don't have anywhere to take them, yes. And I'd rather, have a safe place that I can take an animal than going around Manvel. Ask Public Works, ask me, how many dead dogs and stuff that Public Works has to pick up off the side of the road, or I pick up out of old lady's yard, older lady's yard, just because that dog wasn't picked up. I've probably seen that dog running around before, and it just wasn't picked up, and now it's dead on the street. I mean, you have to live in reality. And the reality and the truth of the matter is, like I said, and I'm not someone who just started in this field. I've been in it a long time. I've seen a lot of bad, okay? And the people that do this, the young lady that was here, I want to apologize to her for the last council meeting, because she was she's an employee there. She helps with getting the animals adopted and in their program, but she was like demonized, like she's out, like they're out to just put these animals down. It's not like that. To do this job, you have to have compassion. You have to. It's a totally different thing. Nobody wants that. So that's what we have to realize here. You have to live in reality. Would you rather the animals run loose, get hit, or would you rather have another option? That's a volunteer program. It should be the first option. The first thing we do, a community-led volunteer rescue program, absolutely. But in that instance that they cannot take an animal, I 100% of the time prefer taking it to a safe place than letting that dog continue to run loose, continue to breed, and continue to make a problem that's a horrible problem that, in my opinion, would take 6 to 8 months of daily, diligently picking up animals to even halfway get under control in the city. It's that bad.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Officer Sherman. Appreciate that. Chief, I've got a few questions for you. Want to confirm that our Animal Control Division is fully funded. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you, sir. And to confirm that you had a meeting with an individual that you mentioned, you assigned action items to them in order to organize, and that they have not come back to you with successful completion of those action items. Is that correct?
The information that we discussed was creating that one entity that we could look at or we could contact. I have not got any information back on anything that we could move forward with that. All we received back are just numerous rescue groups saying they can help. But I have not received anything on one particular group that we could call.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And just to confirm as well, and not to be veering too far from this agenda item, but you guys, from what I heard, you guys have been actively working on building out a comprehensive approach, multiple tools in the toolkit. You can't build a house with just a hammer. You have to have multiple tools. While this agreement is ready and available to us, there are other tools that you're focusing on.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And now, do you think, Chief, it's possible, maybe at some point in March or early April, where we can have an agenda item, possibly even a workshop that's dedicated to focusing on some of those other initiatives, also looking at some ordinance and regulation changes to tighten things up?
We can do that, yes.
Okay, great. Now, even if we get all of those other things in place, and I want to confirm this for the record, it is your recommendation, professional recommendation, that even if we get all of those other things in place, we still have to get this agreement with HHS in place.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Chief. Dan, a question for you, and this is maybe an item that we could work on with Brooke at some point in the future, is possibly near the end of April, maybe beginning of May. We do a town hall once we get some of these other initiatives focused specifically on animal control. Do you think we could do that?
Absolutely. Yes,
all right. Thank you, Dan. So now a few things I want to say. When we had tabled this agenda item at our last meeting, I was very optimistic, very hopeful. I had a lot of faith that members in attendance, community members online, would respond to our call to action and work with us on solutions. But sadly, that did not occur the way that I thought it would. Jesus says in the Beatitudes that blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. But Jesus also taught us to call out hypocrisy in order to bring what happens in the darkness to the light, because where there is light, darkness must flee. I reached out multiple times to a newly created Facebook page, and I asked them to meet. My offer was refused. Instead, I was told just to monitor their Facebook page and that I didn't believe in free speech because I wanted to sit down and have a constructive conversation to help our animals. In my opinion, by not being willing to sit down and talk, it discredits the position and devalues the beliefs of the individuals running this page. It seems this page would rather point fingers in support of their cause instead of actually finding solutions. And to me, that's a major red flag about their intentions. I also reached out to some of the residents who spoke at our last meeting. And I said, I want to meet. I want to talk with you. All of them refused except for one. I reached out to 10 people who live in our community who have said that they wanted to help. And either they did not respond or they refused my offer outright. So when we talk about collaboration, we talk about working together, what's that say? I even had someone that was willing to organize a roundtable discussion where I would take time out of my schedule to sit for however long was needed to talk about these things. Nobody ever responded to that individual as well. One of the individuals that I reached out to their family was actually the one who met with the chief. And I know this individual has reached out to other council members, but not to me. And while statements are made online and inaccurate information is posted, behind the scenes, here's what is said. And I'll quote this from an email that was sent. I know where we are both clear on the necessity of this agreement. All of our current options are at full capacity right now, and this hinders Officer Sherman from being able to address animal control in the city. Alvin's option is the best and only option, but just like us, they struggle with animal control as well. They are growing like us. They will not be less full until they are ready to expand. So now the ball is back in our court. Seems like politics is getting in the way of actually making progress, and I question the intentions of anyone that is solely driven by making decisions that are politically advantageous for themselves. And so it seems like to me there's some that are all talk but no action. And I'm frustrated. I am frustrated. I have myself, Dan, who was on vacation with his family, the chief, who was on vacation with his wife. We sit here and we try to do the right thing, and we just get dragged across the mud. And people won't pick up the stinking phone and call us. I feel bad for our community. I feel terrible for our city employees. And I feel bad for our local animals who need us to work together. Even if we get a policy in place, even if we get this foster network in place, these past 2 weeks have caused my faith to falter that anything meaningful will happen. And I'm somebody where my faith does not falter easily, but it has. Now, let's be a little bit optimistic for a second. Over the past 2 weeks, I did have residents who reached out to me, who were tuning into the meeting, who watched it after the fact. I've spoken to over 20 residents who reached out to me privately. They didn't want to do it publicly because they were scared about getting dragged through the mud like this city is on social media. But they reached out privately saying that they support this agreement as it is written, and they want to see it in place. I also want to give credit to Cindy Cortinas. Cindy Cortinas and I have spoken consistently over the past 2 weeks. And despite our differences, she is willing to pick up the phone and call. She is putting actions to her words, And that is something that I greatly appreciate. So thank you for what you do, Cindy. And thank you to Miss Julie. I know that over the past 2 weeks, you worked with Miss Cindy to rescue a pup that was found in Rodeo Palms. You were putting actions to your words. Thank you for doing that. I had great conversations with an organization out of Houston, an organization out of Fort Bend County. I've called multiple other organizations. I've talked to my sister-in-law who has experience in the foster network, and they all want to help. We see organizations here that want to help, but they've never been asked. Not until this government, not until you and the public have reached out to ask. Dan and I had a great conversation with the city of Alvin. And the city of Alvin, they've been a great partner for many, many years. They're in the same boat. Just like the email that I quoted said, the city of Pearland, here was something in the community impact. They're in the exact same boat. They're having to consider euthanizing for space. It was specifically said that, I should have highlighted it, but basically the oldest animals, if they're out of space, they're going to have to euthanize those animals. And that's something that nobody wants to hear discussed. But that's a sad reality of what we are facing. And there's other conversations, there's other things that are in the works, but if you don't care to ask us, then you'll not know. And we want you to know. You got to pick up the phone and you got to call. One of the things that I'd argue is that this city government has done more for our Manvel animals in the past 4 to 5 months than has been done in the past 6 years. It's not because of me. It's not because of this city council. It's because you have a city manager who cares, you have a police chief who cares, you have a police captain who cares, and you have an animal control officer who cares. So let's sit down together and talk. Let's put aside biases. Let's put aside opinions. Let's work together. We love our Manvel animals, and I don't want to see them struggle. But do I think this is the perfect agreement? No. Do I want this agreement to be the first option we use? No. As Officer Sherman said, let's use a local foster network. Let's utilize that singular point of contact. But we have to have the safety net. If this agreement gets put in place, I'm sure I'm going to be criticized. Council, I'm sure you're going to be criticized. But it's not about doing what's popular. It's about doing what's right. Now, I was prepared to come in here and say a lot of different things tonight, debunking different statements that have been made online or in person. Some of the comments that I was prepared to debunk were that the HHS euthanizes over 80% of the animals that they take in, which is inaccurate data pulled from an old 2005 report that made assumptions. It was being used for confirmation bias. And we were also told that there was no publicly available data online. I did a 1-minute Google search and found publicly available data. I was prepared to disprove statements made that they kill anything that looks like a pit bull, but you can go online to their adoption page and clearly see that is not the case. I was prepared to discuss the fact that some of the people who have been critical of this agreement aren't even following our current ordinances by having their animals registered with the city. I was also prepared to highlight the fact that one of the biggest critics of this agreement, somebody who's been slamming it online and saying we just want to kill all of our Manvel animals, actually took one of their own animals to HHS themselves. You won't hear that publicly. But I don't want to focus on those things tonight. What I want to focus on is what's right in front of us. And President's Day, I share the same birthday with George Washington, and in his Newburgh address in 1783, just doing some leisurely reading in the evening, he sharply rebuked anybody who wickedly attempts to open the floodgates of civil discord and deluge our rising empire in blood. And he challenged the Continental Army, and I believe we have that same challenge tonight, to rise above malicious words and not be fooled by deceitful talk, but to instead do the right thing and continue onward. So that's all I have to say. Council, any comments, questions? None?
I do.
Oh, Councilwoman. Oh.
I'll let David go first.
No, ladies first.
You sure?
All right, rock, paper, scissors for it. Come on,
Are you
guys.
sure?
Yeah, Councilwoman Sarmiento, please go ahead.
So last week, I heard the frustration in Officer Sherman's voice, but I also heard the frustration and the fear of our community. Again, just to reiterate, we all love our animals. I have a rescue Vizsla at home as well. No one wants to see any animal killed. However, in doing research, we all know now that many of these shelters can claim that they're a no-kill shelter only because they refuse the animals that they are not willing to put up for adoption. That's a fact. And I also would like to know how many of the residents that are 100% opposed to this agreement as an option, again, we're stating it as an option, have actually been to HHS. Okay, I myself have been there because I was looking to adopt a puppy. And I was also shocked with the cleanliness and with the programs and the care, the immediate care that they render to any animal that comes off the street. They are prepared, they are well-funded, they are experts in the arena. And again, going back to the information we gathered last week on our current agreement with the Alvin Animal Shelter, their statistics don't look as good as the Humane Society's, unfortunately. And so now I have questions about that I would like to discuss later on. However, I think that at this point, we need to adopt this agreement because it's inhumane to leave these animals out there without any help at all. I can't imagine the pain that Officer Sherman has to go through, knowing what he just said. I saw this animal 4 or 5 times and then I go and pick it up dead. That's not humane. That is us not doing our job. Our job is to do what Ms. Susie said in the back, what Mayor said. We need to adopt this agreement as an option and come together and create some type of agreement with the local rescue. And I love that the animal rescue came, the 501c3, that has a proper funding, proper vets on staff, proper space, proper kenneling, proper procedures. This isn't just a phone tree. Hey, let's call everybody. We have to have proper, responsible procedures in place. And so trust me when I say I want accountability, but we also need answers, and we are not doing our job as a council by tying our officer's hands behind his back and limiting him from doing his job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sarmiento. Councilman Lance?
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you very much to Cindy. She has really, I think, gone over and above working with Officer Sherman. I believe she's been called on several times, and she's been able to place animals in a foster program or adoption or whatever. Cindy cannot do this alone. We know there's people out there that want to help. We get that. We want that group. So we would love for y'all to, time is of the essence, obviously. We can't just keep pushing this back. Time is of the essence. I'd love to see y'all get together, formulate a group. We need an agreement, just like we've spoken. We have to have an agreement on paper. You have to be vetted. What kind of people are we going to be dealing with? I mean, that's just common sense. And I am really impressed with Ashley, with the Lone Star Paws. I think that's something that really needs to be in the nucleus of our program. So, unfortunately, there is a lot of emotion, but we do have avenues here, and I think we're on the right path. Thank goodness that this issue has come to light, because now, finally, Manvel's going to do something about this situation. We're all in agreement. We have to do something. And I am grateful that y'all are coming forward and stating this. Now let's all work together. Just as the mayor says, let's work together. Let's get this done. And like Councilwoman Sarmiento, the HHS has to be our fail-safe. We don't want that. We shouldn't need that. Look at all the opportunities we have. We should not need HHS. I would be shocked if we do. But it has to be there just as a fail-safe. And I appreciate every single one of you, including my lovely wife, who's behind this program, behind this drive, And I'm there with you. If I was not sitting up here, I'd be sitting out there right next to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lands. I think you got some brownie points with that. Councilman Perry.
Thank you. First, I want to say to Ashley at Lone Star Paws, I'm glad that you brought that particular aspect into the conversation as far as the emotional support dogs. I didn't want to use my other role to start, but since you brought it up, I can piggyback on it. And that is a strong reality. I work in the veterans arena, and there are very, very, very many of them that could utilize emotional support dogs and the program that you're implementing. So that's a great option for us to continue looking at. And then just for clarity, sometimes I don't get it as quickly. So Officer Sherman, thank you so much for giving the presentation on this evening. So I want to be clear that I'm understanding, based upon the conversation that took place over the past couple of weeks with the chief and with some of the rescue groups, that the Houston Humane Society is not necessarily the first choice, that if you have the options for the rescue groups in place properly, however they're supposed to be, that is your option, but that we do need the Houston Humane Society to make sure that we can continue the animal control program as it should be.
Yes, sir. The community option should always be the first option. Community should take care of its own when it can. But in the instance, if ever they can't, or we don't have that option right there available, we have a next step that we can utilize to still be able to service the people and the animals of the city.
Okay. And my last question, and I'm done. How long are we obligated if we implement this agreement? Is there a time period that we're obligated?
And Officer Sherman, if you could come forward to the mic so that way everyone can hear you. No, you're good. Appreciate you.
Or do we have the option to withdraw if we choose? Or
so the agreement with Houston Humane, it's not a inked deal that we never even have to send one animal over there. If it can be taken care of locally, every animal, with as many people here in support of a local rescue option, foster option, if we can take care of it that way, that's perfect. I would love it if we never ever had to use any additional resource, but I need the additional resources there.
You need it as an option?
Yes, sir.
But the conversations are going to continue?
Absolutely. I'm always pro-community, pro-rescue first, always.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief, one thing, if we can make sure that you and Ashley exchange contact information, and let's see about getting an agreement set up with them, what that might look like.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments or questions from council? Councilman Lance.
Notate that the young lady from HHS is here tonight, and I appreciate her coming again on our behalf.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here again. Any other comments, Councilman Oakley?
So I missed the last meeting. So trying to catch up, I framed it up in this way in my mind, right? So the city will, and again, we all know that stray dogs are stray dogs here. It's been that way. I've lived here 25 years. It's been a problem. So, but if, by however it gets there, the dog becomes, the city is called. The city now takes the dog. The next, from there, the Officer Sherman would reach out to whomever, right? The one person, the dog's on a three-day clock. If the dog's not picked up in 3 days, we have to go somewhere with the dog. You can't let the dog go again. We have to treat the animal as humanely as possible. I struggle with this, so it's just like, to me, it's a three-step process. If the city has to take possession of the dog. Now, there are lots of opportunities prior to this dog becoming a problem and a nuisance in the neighborhood. right? But the city is called. At that point, we become the owner of the dog, right? Is that right? Right. Now, so we have a holding facility, 3 pens, 3 or 4 pens. 4 pens. If the 4 pens are full, right, then that first in is the first out to Alvin. Alvin is still on the table. Is that right? Yeah, is Alvin still on the table? If after 3 days, Alvin, the dog is transferred to Alvin.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. If
Right.
Alvin has space.
If Alvin, so here's where we're at. If Alvin has space.
Yes, sir. So-
If the rescue groups, whoever, if that a phone call is made, and in the 3 days, we still have the dog, and Alvin's full, it goes to the next facility, next on the list.
Yes, sir. And Councilman, if I can point out one difference with this agreement. Now, if you look on Houston Humane's Facebook the other day, they say they are full. They're at capacity. Now, what Houston Humane does with partners they work with is they're full, but for their partners, they still have space. They purposely leave space for their partners that, or the communities they work with, to be able to still bring an animal there. So they say they're at max capacity. Instead of filling up every single kennel they have, they leave those kennels open. So that's where in the agreement it says they won't euthanize an animal to take one of our animals.
Okay. So then, and in the agreement, I don't know, and I thought this is interesting, item F, upon transfer of the animals to destination agency or its authorized representative for transport, animals cannot be returned to the source shelter for any reason whatsoever unless agreed to by source shelter and destinating shelter in writing. That, and what I'm reading there, that means if somebody says, oh my God, that was my dog, we can get it back.
Correct. Yes, sir. If it's an owned dog, it can go back to its owner, even after the 3 days.
If a mistake was identified, I was on a cruise ship, sorry, I'm back, the dog got away, and we say it's over here, it can be recovered.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And Officer Sherman, I believe that HHS, from a policy standpoint as well, before they technically take ownership of it, if it's been chipped, they consistently call the owners, reach out to the owners. They go through lengthy methods, just like I know you've done, and I know Miss Cindy Cortines has done for chipped dogs that you've found. You want to get that dog returned with its owners.
Yes, sir. We want to get the dog back to the owners, and I can tell you every shelter prefers to get a dog back to its owner. So, yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you.
And so with this being said, so this is our solution to the problem. And I don't know whether you want to answer it directly or if I'll just make it rhetorical. But even with solution in place, it still comes back to, as a council, we are going to have to address the root cause problem, even if it means we've got to strengthen the ordinance so that we can at least put in a deterrent to this behavior of abandoning animals in the city of Manvel.
Yes, sir. To be honest and frank, y'all need to really strengthen a lot of the city ordinances.
We'll work on that. Yeah. Thank you, Officer Sherman. So in wrapping this up, before we call a vote, I want to do something that's maybe a little unprecedented. Obviously, my city email is on the city website, but if you want to email me, it's dan.davis@cityofmanvel.com. But here's my personal cell phone number. You guys can call me, and Cindy can testament to it, if I'm not able to answer right away, maybe I'm celebrating a birthday or something, I'll call you back, and I try not to talk on Sundays. That's dedicated family day. For Cindy, for you, I always make an exception to that. My cell phone number is 936-230-0869. That's 936-230-0869. Call me. Let's talk. Let's find ways to work together. We're not trying to hide anything. We're not trying to do anything behind closed doors. I'm not shouting on social media. I'm wanting to work with you. This council is wanting to work. This city is wanting to be one that's of the people, by the people, for the people. So please work with us. Unless we have any other comments or questions, because I know I'm probably going to get dragged through the mud anyways, I will make a motion to approve the agreement with HHS. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Oh, we had a few people. We'll give it to Councilwoman Sarmiento with the second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everyone. We now want to take a moment to back up here to the city manager update as we have a special recognition to give. Dan?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for extending that privilege. Wanted to end on a high note since you made the drive over here this evening. Chief, do you want to take it away?
Good evening again. This was something we're planning on doing during the city manager update, but I wanted to recognize one of my officers for a promotion. He was in training all day today, and he didn't get out till after the fact, but he did drive up here to make his appearance. Rick, you want to stand up? This is Rick Alvarado. He was promoted this past summer as detective sergeant, and here recently, I have just recently promoted him to a captain over our criminal investigations division. Rick comes to us with many, many years of experience in the criminal investigation field. One of his starting agencies was Bay City Police Department. He was in Criminal Investigations Division. He went from there to Victoria County Sheriff's Office, where he was headed up the Major Crimes Criminal Investigations Division. Worked there for several years, and then left Victoria County, went to the Wharton Police Department, where we were able to, and I'm going to say it because I know the chief over there and I really don't care, we were able to steal him away, and he has really excelled in our department in the past few months. I believe he's going to take our Criminal Investigations Division to a new level, and we have several new investigators in our CID division, which he takes personally to guide, train, and mentor our new investigators. So I think we're going to move forward very rapidly now that we have all our divisions under command. So now we have to work on the rest of the department. So,
just like to thank Chief Traylor for an opportunity I've been waiting a long time for. The city of Manvel, everybody here, the community in which I serve. This is the greatest community in which I've served. So,
thank you, Captain. Hey, Captain, I've got two questions for you real quick. First, I know Councilman Oaklager jumped the gun there. Two questions. How do I grow a mustache like yours?
Time and effort. A lot of stress.
And then this is another one for you, Captain. This is a little bit more of a sentimental one. What is your why?
My why?
What is your why?
My everyday was whenever I grew up as a small child, my father was deputy reserve for the Victoria County Sheriff's Office. He worked full-time at the plant because he couldn't support our family. By doing his passion and being in law enforcement, of course, times changed from the 80s until I became 20 years old, and was able to get in the Victoria College Police Academy. My whole life, I try to emulate my father. He was my greatest hero. So this was my thank you to him and getting to live out his dream. So my why every day is to be that child that looked up to his father and be that guardian just like he was of mine.
Well, that's beautiful. Thank you to your father.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Captain. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Chief. We will now move on to agenda item number 4, consideration and possible action to approve the amended Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission bylaws forwarded with favorable recommendation by PD&Z on 2/12/2024 with a vote of 6-0. Bobby?
Well, Mayor, this started out as just a simple way to make the PD&Z bylaws congruent with council when we moved the dates. We switched the first and third and second and fourth, and when we updated council's bylaws for the new meeting dates, we didn't make the PD&Z dates the same. So we started out to change that. We made some revisions that basically moved a few things around to where they made sense as far as the officers. We put in the state law, charter, and city code references for easy access to find out, where to go to find out more information about certain things in the charter about the PD&Z, which is technically the Planning Commission. We call it PD&Z, but it's really the Planning Commission. We have our own cute name. And then at the end, we added some standards of professionalism involving confidentiality, preparedness, engagement, professional development, and highest ethical standards, compliance with laws and regulations, things like that at the end, which some basic standards of professionalism for the PD&Z board members.
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that overview. Just, Council, for your insight. The codes of professionalism is something that I brought forward in the PD&Z bylaws. It's the standards that I hold myself to. It's the standards I hold this council to, and it's the standards I want to see us hold every appointed position to. It makes sure that we set a bar and the expectations that we meet that bar every single time, because that's what our community deserves. The community deserves the best of us, and this code of professionalism ensures that they get the best of us. Do I have any comments or questions from council?
Mayor, Tammy asked to remind you that the effective date would be March 15th.
Perfect. Thank you, Tammy. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, we have a motion.
I'll second it.
We have a second. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. So we are now going to technically step back into our executive session that we had from the workshop, but we will also open up this next executive session so we can continue that. To those of you who are here that applied for either PD&Z or MEDC, we appreciate your patience and understanding. So I will read this out and then we'll convene into it. City Council will convene into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, and duties of a public officer or employee, performance review for Robert Gervais, City Attorney, discussion on applicants for the appointment of Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission board members, discussion on applicants for the appointment of Manvel Economic Development Corporation board members, and we will go into executive session at 8:15 p.m. Thank you. All right, while we wait, do you guys want to hear a dad joke? All right, what's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a tricycle? What do you think?
I don't want to know.
Come on. If you get it, I'll let you be mayor for the day. Oh, no, I'm joking. Everybody's like, we're not going to answer. We don't want. It's the answer is it's a tire.
A tire.
All right, I think we're just waiting on Councilman Hudson. Chief, you got a joke for us while we wait? He thought about it for a second. So, hey, guys, what we're going to do is when Councilman Hudson comes out, we'll take the votes and make the motions for the appointments. That way we can get that out of the way. You guys can head home, and then we'll be stepping back into executive session. So we didn't want to make you guys wait through all of that. So we appreciate you hanging out. Awesome. Thank you for being here. Then I think we all know who's sitting behind you there, but Mayor Dolores Martin. Thank you for your comments, Mayor. And then I believe we have two gentlemen over here as well that have applied.
Will Richardson, Planning and Development Zoning. I'm retired, have nothing else to do.
And then, sir, how long have you had long hair for? Just curious.
It started with our, the pandemic.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, I gotta do this. Election went the way it did, and I said, okay.
Oh, good.
Until we get a conservative in back on, I'm not cutting my hair.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
I'm David Jones. I've been living in Manvel actually for just about 2 years as well. And I live in the Meridiana subdivision in the Serenity section. I retired in December this past year. I've worked with the city of Manvel. I've worked with Bobby and a few of the other folks when I was the service area manager for Simple Energy Electric back in the day. And so I have experience. I'm an electrical engineer. My background also includes renewable energy development, both wind and solar, utility scale development. And so I'm applying for the planning, development, and zoning.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. Then, Donald, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Donald Atkinson, been in Manvel 18 years.
Did you used to sneak out here and skip school as well?
No.
No, okay.
I never even dreamed of being down here until I met her. I was always on the north side and north of Houston. So, just wanted to get back on the MEDC and continue the work that we're doing.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. One of the things that I failed to do at the beginning coming out of the executive session, we are going to close the executive sessions that we started in the workshop. So we will officially close those at 9:34 p.m. But we will keep the other one open. And then what we will do here is we will move on to agenda item number 6, which is consideration and possible action on the appointment of the Manvel Economic Development Corporation Board's positions 1, 2, and 3 with a 2-year term to expire March 2026. I just want to say thank you to those of you who are here, who might not be here but are watching online. Thank you to everybody that applied. These situations are always a little tough because we had more people that applied than positions available. And so if you're not appointed to either this or to PD&Z, we ask that please be involved. There's a lot of different openings. There's a lot of different opportunities. I applied for a board back when I first moved to Manvel, wasn't selected, and now I'm sitting here. So you never know where your path may lead, and we just need you to be involved and engaged. So what I'd like to do, council, is I would like to make a motion to appoint Donald Atkinson to position 3, Martina McNichols to position 2, and Chris Durrett to position 1. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second from Councilwoman Sarmiento. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you for taking the time out of your evenings. We appreciate it. Next, we will move on to agenda item number 7, which is consideration and possible action on the appointments of the Planning, Development, and Zoning Commission Board positions 5, 6, and 7 with a 2-year term to expire in March 2026. And council, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Christy Kennard to position 5, Dolores Martin to position 6. And Mayor Martin, you should have put here mayor, not retired educator. You should have put former mayor. Yes, ma'am. We know you are. We know you are. So we'll do Dolores Martin for position 6 and then William Richardson for position 7. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everybody, for your time. We appreciate you being here. Y'all can head on home, but you're more than welcome to stay around to the end if you would like. Council is now going to step back into executive session to conduct the performance review of Robert Gervais, City Attorney. We'll head back there first, talk as council, and then Bobby will have you join us. So thank you, everyone. From that last executive session at 11:07 PM. Let me find the agenda item here. So next, regular agenda number 5, consideration possible action regarding the compensation in terms of employment of the city attorney. And what I'd like to do is make a motion that we give our city attorney, Bobby Gervais, an additional 2.4% increase effective on his past anniversary date. We have a motion and a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Bobby, thank you for all that you do. We're lucky to have you, and keep it up. All right,
For all you do.
any mayor and council comments? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? We have a second from Councilman Acree. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously 7-0. Good
God bless
night.
you.
Thank you.